Welcome to Europe's spaceport here in French Guiana and a front row seat to the launch of the Vega-C rocket.
Il nostro razzo è pronto. Proprio qui incapsulati ci sono l'Ares 2 dell'Agenzia Spaziale Italiana e 6 CubeSat che saranno tra i primi passeggeri di questa nuova versione consolidata.
Over the next couple of hours, we will introduce you to Vega-C and what makes this rocket unique.
E vi raccontiamo tutte le operazioni di lancio in diretta da qui, dal centro di controllo Jupiter. Io sono Emilio Cozzi.
I'm Dante Galli.
Io sono Sheila Spina.
And I'm Matt Russell, and we're proud to bring you live coverage of the inaugural launch of Vega-C.
Earlier today, at Europe's spaceport here in French Guiana, the mobile gantry that housed Vega-C during its assembly and preparation for launch was retracted. Inside the fairing at the top of our rocket sits the Italian Space Agency's Laris 2 satellite, along with 6 smaller CubeSats. Flight VV21 will begin with the ignition of Vega-C's P120C engine and liftoff. At 13.5 meters long, P-120C is built around a monolithic carbon fiber tube. The engine will burn through 142 tons of fuel in just over 2 minutes to take the launch vehicle to an altitude of nearly 74 kilometers. The first stage will then be separated, quickly followed by ignition of the Zefiro 40 second stage, which will burn for another 2 minutes before separation at nearly 160 kilometers altitude. The Zefiro 9 third stage then takes over, just before the payload fairing is jettisoned safely outside Earth's atmosphere, exposing our passengers to space. This will happen about 4 minutes and 45 seconds into flight. Zefiro 9 will bring our passengers to about 308 kilometers. At about 7 minutes and 20 seconds into flight, the Zefiro 9 will separate and we enter a brief unpowered ballistic phase for the Avum Plus stage. Later, it will boost itself up to nearly 5,900 kilometers and deploy the Laris-2 satellite around an hour and 14 minutes into flight. The Avum Plus will then maneuver to a slightly lower orbit of 5,840 kilometers, and at 2 hours and 9 minutes after liftoff, 6 CubeSat research payloads will be released.
Benvenuti in Avio. Questo è il nostro stabilimento in Colleferro. Siamo a circa 50 km da Roma e qui prepariamo ogni singolo assieme che comporrà poi la struttura del lanciatore. Sono Francesca Marletta, un ingegnere di sistema su Vega e Vega-C. Qui siamo di fronte al primo step della preparazione della struttura di un lanciatore, che consiste nell'applicazione della protezione termica interna della struttura. Sopra questa, una volta curata, andremo ad applicare la fibra di carbonio per aumentare le capacità di resistenza della struttura, quindi di ogni singolo assieme che comporrà il lanciatore. Ciao ragazzi, allora adesso ovviamente si è creato un feeling diretto con il lanciatore, ma anche perché si sono creati dei rapporti strettissimi con i colleghi. E dopo aver effettuato il colaggio del propellente, portiamo la struttura qui. Quello che effettuiamo quindi è l'integrazione dell'accenditore e dell'ugello e effettuiamo tutte quelle integrazioni degli equipment che permettono di avere lo stadio finale. Quindi quello che possiamo vedere qua è la struttura prima della partenza della Guyana. Quindi siamo pronti per la campagna di lancio.
ESA and Avio worked together since the beginning of the 2000 when we started the development of Vega. We tried to implement in Vega-C all what we learned during the 10 years of Vega. So we tried to make a larger rocket, a less expensive rocket, by leveraging all of the expertise that throughout 20 flights we actually accumulated.
C stands for consolidation. We really wanted to consolidate what we had. So we added basically more than 50% of performance. So you will see a bigger launcher with respect to Vega, 50% more performance at the same cost. So the first stage, the P120C, which replaces the P80, is always a solid rocket motor, which has much more propellant in it, of course. The second stage is also new, completely new engine, is 36 ton instead of 23. And that's the key of improvement. And of course we have also a bigger fairing to host our payload, to have more volume as well, and also an improved AVUM with some new avionics as well.
This base is the support for the Vega launcher model that was put here 10 years ago at the time of the maiden flight of Vega. Now it's being substituted because it's time to leave the floor to Vega-C, the newcomer.
My name is Renato Lafranconi. I'm the Vega Programs Manager and I cover this function since April 2021. Buongiorno a tutti. Buongiorno. Good morning. So let's start our weekly meeting. I give you some feedbacks from Kourou. I'm just back from there. Today the team reached an amount of 65 members. Most of them are ESA members, but we also have specialists from French and Italian space agencies. Every member of the team is proud to be part of this adventure, which is something that shows Europe at its best. Ambitious, agile, creative and technically excellent.
Vega-C perfectly fits into the longer-term strategy for Europe of launchers. We need guaranteed access to space, and Vega-C is the medium-class element of guaranteeing that. Of course, in addition to Ariane 5 today and Ariane 6 in the future, and the micro-launchers at the other end.
Arianespace is what we call a launch service provider. Our role is to commercialize the European developed launchers under the leadership of ESA to both institutional and private customers. Vega-C is perfectly suited to serve the booming Earth observation market as well as the long-term institutional needs.
It is this control center which is used for all the launchers of the spaceport and for all the launches. This launch is very important because it is the first launch of Vega-C, so of course there is a question of demonstration of the launcher, but also a question of demonstration of the capacity of the CAG to adapt in order to welcome newcomers.
tutta la fatica provata nei mesi precedenti al lancio viene ripagata da un'enorme emozione che si prova in quel momento e il senso di comunione è un qualcosa di indescrivibile. Quindi siamo pronti per Vega-C.
Freedom of action of space needs that Europe can launch at any time any key mission replying to our own needs of the continent on the global geopolitical scene. Space is bringing fundamental data for our life on Earth. Vega-C has the capability to launch in particular Earth observation satellites. Earth observation satellites make us better understand the functioning of our climate, our meteorology, hazardous situations with fires, eruption of volcanoes, but also for security through monitoring the respect of international treaties. You need this monitoring capability. So it really brings an added value, added services to the citizen and the life of every woman and man on this small blue planet. And with that, I think it is very well invested money.
À tous de DDO, attention pour la séquence finale lanceur. Top, H0 moins 4 minutes. À tous de DDO, arrêt du décompte suite à un rouge, ensemble de lancement. Que tous les moyens restent prêts pour la reprise de la chronologie à H0 moins 4 minutes, en cas de retour au vert. à tous de DDO. Suite à retour au vert des moyens ELA, le nouveau H0 visé est à 12h13 minutes 17 secondes TU. Donc le temps décompte redémarrera à 12h09 minutes 17 secondes TU. À tous de DDO, attention pour la séquence fila lanceur. Top, H0 moins 4 minutes. À tous de DDO, arrêt du décompte suite à un rouge sauvegarde. Que tous les moyens restent prêts pour la reprise de la chronologie à H0 moins 4 minutes, en cas de retour au vert. à tous de DDO suite à retour au vert des différents moyens. Le nouveau H0 visé est à 13h13 minutes 17 secondes TU. Le temps des comptes redémarrera à 13h09 minutes 17 secondes. À tous de DDO, attention pour la séquence finale lanceur. Top. H0 moins 4 minutes. À tous de DDO, attention pour moins 1 minute. Top, H0 moins 1 minute. À tous de DDO, attention pour le décompte final. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, top. Allumage P120 et décollage. Trajectoire nominale. Pilotage calme. Trajectoire nominale. Acquisition, télémesure par station Saint-Jean. Les paramètres à bord sont normaux. Les paramètres à bord sont normaux. Pilotage calme. Paramètres à bord normaux. Trajectoire nominale. Paramètres à bord normaux. Paramètres à bord normaux. Peu de poussée, P120. Pilotage calme. Trajectoire nominale. Séparation P120. Allumage Z40. Trajectoire nominale. Propulsion nominale. Trajectoire nominale. Pilotage calme. Tous les paramètres à bord sont normaux. Séparation Z40. Allumage Z9. Séparation de la coiffe. Pilotage calme. Trajectoire nominale, paramètres à bord nominaux. Propulsion nominale, paramètres à bord normaux. Trajectoire nominale. Coup de poussée Z9. Pilotage calme. Paramètres à bord normaux. Séparation Z9. Orbite atteinte après extinction Z9 nominale. Pleine visibilité Saint-Jean. Paramètres à bord normaux. Perte de visibilité Galio. Perte normale de la télémesure en fin de visibilité Galio. Fin de visibilité Galio confirmée.
Cinq, 4, 3, 2, 1, top.
After the maiden flight, the successful maiden flight in 2012, the team started working on other programs, in particular the evolutions of the Vega launcher, the Vega-C version, the consolidated one, and the Vega Evolution version, which will be launched in 2026. The key innovation regarding Vega-E is, of course, this third stage, which will be greener than the current stages. It will be liquid oxygen and methane, so it improves in this sense. It is more performing. It reduces the number of stages, therefore the costs and the complexities. Overall, it will be more performing and more competitive.
Avio's role in the Vega-E development is the development of a cryogenic upper stage, M10, which will replace the current Zefiro 9 and Avum propulsion stages. So the third and fourth stages will be replaced by a single third stage, liquid oxygen, liquid methane. It's a technology that represents a novelty for Europe, so quite a bit of effort for this new version, which will fly by 2026.
All that coupled with Space Rider, which will be the first European operational capability fully reusable to come down to Earth, be refurbished and start again into space, we have a portfolio of products which really strengthens Europe in space.
This is a model of Space Rider. The real thing is quite bigger, the size of two minivans. Once in orbit, Space Rider will perform experiments in microgravity. This is because the re-entry module has a cargo bay in which we can put experiments inside and perform validation of new technologies in these extreme microgravity conditions. Space Rider will be launched atop of a Vega-C launcher. Will stay 2 months in orbit, and after its orbital life, the two modules, the re-entry module and the orbital module, will separate, and the re-entry module will deorbit and re-enter on Earth. This is thanks to 2 additional systems that are a landing gear that will open when we'll be close to the ground on bottom part of the vehicle, and then thanks to a parafoil that is a steerable parachute that will be deployed at about 5 kilometers of altitude and will guide autonomously the spacecraft to a dedicated landing site. Reusability is a key word worldwide in the space sector, and we want to address this challenge in order to demonstrate, thanks to Space Rider, that we will be able to fly over and over, reduce the recurrent cost, and be competitive in a very difficult market.
Début de visibilité station Sagel. Tous les paramètres à bord sont normaux. Phase balistique. Pilotage calme. Paramètres à bord nominaux. Premier allumage de l'étage Avoum. Propulsion nominale. Pilotage calme. Propulsion nominale et pilotage calme. Trajectoire normale. Propulsion nominale. Les paramètres à bord sont normaux. Pilotage calme. Tous les paramètres à bord sont normaux. Propulsion nominale. paramètres à bord sont normaux. Extinction de la VOOM. Paramètres de l'étage à VOOM nominaux. L'orbite atteinte à l'issue de la première poussée à VOOM est nominale. Base balistique en cours. Tous les paramètres à bord sont normaux. Tous les paramètres à bord sont normaux. Pleine visibilité de la station Ossagel. début de visibilité de la station de New Norcia. Les paramètres de l'étage à Voom sont nominaux. Pilotage calme. Orbite stable pour la phase balistique. Tous les paramètres à bord sont nominaux. phase balistique nominale. Deuxième allumage de l'étage Avum. Propulsion de l'étage Avum nominale. Propulsion nominale et pilotage calme. Tous les paramètres à bord sont nominaux.
The inaugural flight of Vega-C is an important milestone for the Italian Space Agency. It represents the results of years of work carried out together with the European Space Agency to keep Italy and Europe at the cutting edge of access to space technologies and systems. The whole Italian space ecosystem, so industry, academia, institution, have supported the remarkable effort that brought us to this inaugural flight. The flight is also the opportunity for ASI to continue to support advancement in fundamental science through the use of the space environment as a unique scientific laboratory. The Italian Space Agency, in fact, provides the main scientific payload for the first Vega-C mission, the satellite LARES-2, that follows LARES, the payload which was launched on the inaugural Vega flight in 2012.
Trajectoire nominale, tous les paramètres à bord sont nominaux.
LARES-2 is a passive laser reflector built for the Italian Space Agency by the Italian National Institute of Nuclear Physics and other scientific partners, joined of course by Italian industry. In the spherical body of LARES-2, there are about 300 retroreflectors, and they work in such a way that in orbit the satellite is used as an optical target for laser ground stations, including the important one of the Italian Space Agency in Matera.
Trajectoire nominale.
The main scientific purpose of LARES-2 is to significantly increase the accuracy of the so-called frame dragging measurement, a distortion of space-time caused by the rotation of a larger, massive body such as Earth, as it was predicted by Einstein's general theory of relativity. LARES-2 will be released by Vega-C on a well-specific, well-suited orbit so that several disturbances effect on the spacecraft will naturally be removed in such a way the measurement accuracy can be improved. This inaugural flight also demonstrates Vega-C versatility by placing a main scientific payload and a group of 6 secondary payloads, CubeSats, 3 of them Italian, into different orbits on a single launch. This achievement will contribute to the qualification of the Vega-C overall launch system as part of the transition from its successful predecessor, Vega.
Les paramètres à bord sont normaux. Le pilotage est calme. Encore 2 minutes de propulsion de l'étage à Voom. Les paramètres à bord sont normaux. Deuxième extinction de l'étage à Voom. Orbite atteinte après le deuxième boost est nominale. Séparation, l'ARES 2.
On a vu ça comment?
On voit bien. J'ai une vidéo, je te ferai.
Sur le stagiaire, oui. Attends, c'est les versions.
Oui, c'est pas. Allez, champagne. Oui, il y a des CubeSats à faire.
Oui, tu avais vu d'autres lancements avant, non?
Ah si, c'est mon... non, c'est mon deuxième, c'est pas ici. Après les CubeSats, c'est à 7 000, je crois. Ils attendent un peu.
Ah, on va voir le lancement des CubeSats.
Ouais.
Vous croyez que je peux prendre celle-là chez moi? Bah non, mais elle a dit tout le monde. Donc, ah, et on peut augmenter. C'est dommage d'ailleurs. Oui, on en revient en fait. Bah, je suis en train de... Ah, putain, ouais, mais ça aurait été... Il y aurait eu oui. Tabou. Tabou. Badabadaboum. Répète un peu. Tu cherches des problèmes, toi. Tu te souviens comment ça s'est fini encore pas la dernière fois? Oui, bah oui, il veut bien, oui.
Où les paramètres à bord de l'étage à Voom sont nominaux.
C'est pas le souvenir que j'en ai, moi. On demandera à Julie. Où est-ce qu'on voit l'altitude actuelle? Ah, 5883. Voilà, je suis dans. On voit avec la lumière et tout. I think more breaks. Go down a little bit. Mais l'altitude elle augmente pas là? Non. Il augmente pas d'altitude là? Ah, il va réaccélérer? Je pense qu'il va accélérer. Ah oui, c'est Ah, ils ont d'abord largué les CubeSats, ensuite ils larguent l'autre? Parce que apparemment c'est l'inverse, ils ont d'abord drop la reste et ensuite ils ont d'abord, parce que là on l'a... Ah oui, non, on n'aurait plus la reste 2. Avant il y avait la petite disco, oui c'est ça, et elle est plus. Bah oui, par contre ce qui me fume c'est que vraiment le logiciel pour faire la carte, là c'est le logiciel qu'on a utilisé avec eux. C'est le même. Ça s'appelle STK. Ah putain oui, j'avoue. On dirait la carte de Plague. Mais non, c'est STK quand même. Plague. Non mais non, c'est la carte de STK. Avec deux types de cartes. Les graphes aussi, je suis sûr que c'est aussi...
fin du deuxième boost CCAM. Manœuvre d'orientation pour le troisième boost à Voom. Allumage du troisième boost de l'étage à Voom. Nouvelle extinction de l'étage à Voom. Paramètres de l'étage à Voom sont nominaux. Préparation du 4e boost de l'étage à vous.
The satellite project started in 2019 and it went throughout the whole pandemic. About 30 people have worked on the satellite project from the different involved institutions. GreenCube is a 3-unit CubeSat project. You can see the protoflight model with me today. The satellite main objective is to demonstrate a fully autonomous cultivation laboratory that can fit into a CubeSat for the cultivation of microgreen plants. A secondary payload will test an experimental propulsion module that will be used by GreenCube. So green lights for GreenCube, fingers crossed for very good data and a very successful experiment in space. Thanks.
MTCube2 stands for Memory Test Cube. MTCube2 is a 1U CubeSat developed in-house at the University of Montpellier. The payload embarks several types of memories, and the Vega-C maiden flight is taking us in the middle of the radiation belts. There, we expect to have a lot of single event effects, which is exactly what we want to measure with this small satellite. But we also have a second satellite, Celesta.
Celesta is the first CubeSat project driven by CERN, the European Organization for Nuclear Research, in collaboration with the University of Montpellier and the European Space Agency. The payload is the Space Radmon, an instrument used to monitor radiation effects on electronics and based on components of the shelf calibrated in CERN irradiation facilities. The satellite itself has been tested at system level in CHARM, CERN Mixed Field Irradiation Facility, showing the potential of this innovative approach for future space missions. With Celesta, CERN wants to show the impact of its technologies and facilities on society, and in particular in the aerospace field.
Alpha is a CubeSat mission designed and developed by a team of 4 Italian companies led by Arca Dynamics, and its main purpose is to in orbit demonstrate innovative technologies in a highly radiative environment. A successful mission would represent for Arca and its partners the beginning of a path in a new space for sustainability by proposing novel solutions for space debris mitigation, operational life extension, and space traffic management. For this reason, we are all excited to see the new Vega-C in operation and to simply start a fantastic adventure in space.
ABCS is coming from astrobiology. So we want to test new technique that can be used to detect biomolecules in some other places in our solar system, for example Mars. The harsh environment that will be found by ABCS in the Van Allen belt is a right place that can simulate a deep space travel towards Mars, for example. This project involved 12 people, so we are just crossing the finger in order to see the main result of this experiment in space.
The TriSat Air is a standard 3U nanosatellite
This mission can be considered as a pioneering nanosatellite mission, demonstrating new capabilities of operation of a nanosatellite in a very radiative environment. We have quite a few novelties on board this spacecraft, like a fully 3D printed plastic ADCS structure, and there are 2 highly miniaturized cameras. Finally, we are trying to minimize space technology for a brighter future. And simply put, a brilliant team of researchers and engineers does wonderful things.
Extinction de la VUM. L'orbite atteinte à l'issue du 4e boost est nominale. Fin de la manœuvre d'orientation. Séparation des CubeSats.
It's a day of pride for Esrin. It's a great day for everybody in Europe, I think, today. For Azi, for...
Free, really. Mission success, VV21, inaugural flight of Vega-C. Today, we are really opening a new chapter for Europe in space. Europe in space, by having freedom of action, we open a new family. Vega-C demonstrated that we do the job. Vega-C demonstrated that we will open new market segments. And frankly speaking, I can only say thank you. We were all here mobilized to one objective, focused on this objective, and when we go together, we achieve together. I really would like to thank warmly all the partners. I will not go through everyone, but just to be very clear, I mean, it was a long endeavor since the decision in 2014, but we worked very well together, first as procurement entity with industry, starting with the prime. I think with Avio we had a lot of debates on a lot of topics, sometimes also with a lot of emotions, but this is how you get forward, because we were always tuned totally together with Avio. I also would like to thank the whole industrial chain, because it's clear that the prime is one thing, but you really need the products at all levels, the quality at all levels, and the full industrial chain was mobilized to achieve that. Let's also underline here the close and excellent cooperation we had with CNES. And I have to say, looking to Marianne, that I'm aware that the ESA/Avio team together towards CNES, we have a certain habit to come a bit late, but you are there and you help and we do it and achieve it together. And then I also would like to underline the role of Arianespace, because it has been said a couple of times, because now what matters, okay, we exploit the data and go as soon as possible back to flight. We have the objective, we'll have to exploit the data, but it looks not so bad, to have a second Vega-C flight this year. There is a great backlog on Vega-C, and I really would like to underline here the work of Stefan and his team on that. I think now there's only one thing to do. Have fun, enjoy, and all go on holidays afterwards. Junior.
A few words. I unfortunately cannot promise I will be short. Sorry about that. I'm very sorry. I have something important to say in a minute. So before I say anything, I feel privileged to be here. I feel privileged, and I want to tell you why. I was born and raised by a professor of space flight mechanics. Okay, my mother was a professor in space flight mechanics. Unfortunately, she died 18 years ago. But I remember when she was young, she had so much passion for this, and this inspired also my education, my willingness to study engineering, to go for a PhD, to get into very challenging opportunities. And I myself am not very good in engineering, but one day I had the opportunity to work for this phenomenal company, and I feel very privileged to lead this company today in such an important success. For me, it's personally very important because my team is something really unique, and I would like to explain to you why. Because this team has gone through very serious pain. So we unfortunately suffered 2 failures in 2019 and 2020. We went through the pandemic just like anybody else, but unfortunately, and I think Marianne remembers well, when COVID started, we sadly were here and about to launch. And so while people were running to the airport to go back to Europe, some of you were here working with the pandemic starting, not even knowing what that was, showing a commitment that I have never seen in my professional life. We went on, but unfortunately, we suffered another failure, and then we had to recover. And then at the beginning of this year, we also suffered some of the negative effects of the war. Nonetheless, the team has stayed united, has worked very hard for this project, which has led today to a great success. So, sorry, I wanted first to thank my team. I am so sorry about that, but my Avio team, I want a big round of applause for them. They did a great job. But it is fair to say that the team is much larger than the prime contractor. It's important to imagine that we are industries from 12 different countries working together. So it's a big industrial team composed of many different industries. And at the same time, we would not work this way if we were not in the system created by the European Space Agency, CNES, the national agencies such as ASI in our case, and of course the French Space Agency, which is our host here. This is very important because time goes by, and this is what enables us to lead to success, because there is always someone checking what you're doing. And today we had a great proof of that. You know, a red flag started on our system, and you know, at the second attempt, another flag started on the CVI system. So that means that there is always a second check. This is so important for reliability. So I thank very much the group of the different space agencies, and also, very importantly, Arianespace. Arianespace has done a phenomenal job, has sold a product before flying it, which, to my knowledge, is something that many know how to do. So I have to thank them for their great success. They have been not only our commercial operator, but also the launch operator here at the base for 20 Vega flights. So I'm very happy to now possibly better commercial phase, now that the success has been proven. This doesn't work, but doesn't matter. Also, one thing is very important. Tonight, we not only do Vega-C success, we do P120 success, which is the common propulsion with everything. So now we have a flight rule in first stage for Arianespace. So may I say we are one step closer to Arianespace.
Ok, bien noté.
Group of experts that follows us. Today we have Michel Courtois here. He's always our reviewer. I always tell him he's tough with us, and I thank him for that. While when I was younger, I thought this was tough to digest for us. Today I thank him.
À tous de DDO, fin de la chronologie VV21. Les moyens sont remis à la disposition des amis.
Herzlichen Dank.
When are we live? When you tell me we're live. We're live. Okay. Welcome everyone to this afternoon in Kourou, French Guiana. Welcome to the post-launch press conference for the Vega-C launch that happened today. We're going to start the press conference with a round of statements by each of the spokespeople at the table. We are joined today by Daniel Neuenschwander, ESA Director of Space Transportation, Stefano Bianchi, ESA Head of Flight Programs, Paolo Bellomi, CTO of Avio, Augusto Cramarosa, the Head of Strategic Area Coordination Unit at ASI, Marianne Claire, the CNES Directrice du Centre Spatial Guyanais, the Professor Ignacio Ciuffolini, who is the LARES 2 Principal Investigator, and Stefan Israel, the CEO of Arianespace. We will start with a round of statements in that order, and after that we will open the floor to press questions. Thank you very much, and we start with Daniel Neuenschwander, please.
Yes, thank you, Julio, and hello to all of you from French Guiana here at Europe's spaceport. And we're here all together with a lot of emotions, proudly announce mission success for VV21, meaning the inaugural flight of Vega-C. And today we really wrote history. We wrote history 10 years since VV01, after 20 flights of Vega, 14 successes in a row. Europe has opened a new chapter of European space transportation solutions with a successful flight of Vega-C today. And I really would like to underline that this is the great moment to celebrate the achievements of all the women and all the men who made this happen. I would call it Strike 2 for the Vega team. But it's a great week for space transportation on top. It has really been a great week for us. Why? Because we started the week with the verticalization of the central core of Ariane 6 here on the launch pad in French Guiana. And with the successful flight of today, we have also the flight qualification of the P120C, which will also be the boosters of Ariane 6. So overall, really a great step ahead for all of us in bringing and developing new powerful assets to Europe and to open a new chapter for the freedom of action of nothing less than for our continent. I would like to say a few words of thanks. First, of course, thanks to our member states who took this decision in 2014 at the Ministerial Council. 12 member states of ESA joined their forces in the decision of Vega-C, joined by a 13th one through the P120C. So today the family of 13 participating states have made this a reality by their decision. But the implementation then went through industry. Under the leadership of Avio, we had quite a tough time of developing Vega-C, but at the end, with such an outstanding result, we can jointly really thank the whole industrial chain under the leadership of the Prime. CNES, the French National Space Agency, I really would like to warmly thank them, not only for all what they do here as being in charge of the launch range, but for all their contributions over the process of this development program. But one important thing which has really to be underlined is the safety aspects, and I think we made great steps forward for our future launcher family. Arianespace, as a single launch service provider we have for Vega-C and Ariane 6, clearly commercialized this product successfully already before the maiden flight, and I think this is also an important step forward. And last but not least, sorry to insist, but it's really from the deep of my heart, I would like to thank my team, the project team at ESA STS, who made this happen, and who, by the way, was supported by a lot of resources across the agency, across ESA, but without them, we would not be here today. So now we need to ensure the next step. The next step is the market introduction and the appropriate ramp-up of Vega-C.
I believe that we collectively bring an excellent, versatile service to the market, and we have now to really ramp up this capability and tailor it to the needs of the customers. The customers are there, the backlog is impressive, and now we have to make it even bigger and bring these capabilities to the market. The next steps for us is the ESA Ministerial Council, end of this year, CM22, where for space transportation we'll address two aspects. First, and above all, of course, freedom of action for Europe, but second, and equally important, is to prepare the future appropriately by increasing the competitivity of all our solutions. Freedom of action in space with Vega-C, Ariane 6 and Space Rider through product adaptations and right market introduction, an ambitious preparation of the future through technology disruptors, rapid in-flight demonstrations, and also equally important, greening Europe's infrastructure, being it here at CSG, but also the infrastructure we have in continental Europe. And last but not least, supporting privately led commercial space transportation services is an element which will grow. It's an element which will grow and which will, of course, also strengthen Europe. So here, ladies and gentlemen, comes another decade of Vega. And with that, over to Stefano.
Thank you, Daniel, for a nice word for the team. I think we are deserved. Because we really went through the thrill, and it was a thrill up to the last second, because the window was almost ready to close, but we finally managed with a wonderful team of CNES, ESA, and Avio and Arianespace to stay behind the window and launch. And it has been really a perfect flight. Well, the data that we have so far are very good, so the orbits are excellent, are nominal. What we have received from the telemetry is that the parameters are nominal. So for maiden flight, I have to say, we really have a joy of achievement. And it's not easy to do a maiden flight, and it's the second maiden flight that we do successful. And I think there is a certain background to achieve what we have done today. And when we read about Europe that we're standing behind, I think we are there. We are really there, and with facts, and this is a real fact. By the way, the mission was not an easy mission, because we had to fly 5 ignition of the Avon. We went through 2 orbits. The main payload of my neighbor, Professor Ciuffolini, was the first one, but then we had the 6 CubeSats. And it was a long mission with one of the longest firing of the Avon. So we went through all the difficulties which are in a maiden flight, even with the chronology, and at the end we had this success, which will be fundamental for the next month, for both, as was said, for Ariane 6, because we are testing also Ariane 6 in the same week, by the way. Yeah? 2 days ago, we achieved a fundamental test of Ariane 6. This is also fundamental for Ariane 6, and it's paving the way to Vega-C for the next year. So we are there for all competition, and we are ready. So I will pass the floor.
Thank you, Stefano. Yes, now we pass to a statement by Paolo Velomi from Avio.
Thank you. Good morning. I have to say very simple things. I'm very happy. This is a moment of pure joy for people, engineers and teams that worked for several years behind this launcher that made this mission in a seamless way and apparently with full success. And this feeling will last maybe one day. Tomorrow we will go into the detail, we will discover some small things to be adjusted or improved. But let me share with you my joy. Then, said that, I remember on July, on the 2014, where both Vega-C and Ariane 6 were imagined, were conceived. And since then, we have been working in a very coordinated way with agencies, European Space Agency, Italian Space Agency, CNES, DLR also, and with industry, with our colleagues from Ariane Group that contributed to identify also the configuration of Vega-C, as we had our part of fathership on Ariane 6. And since then, we have been working for years, confronting ourselves every single day with our colleagues through Europe and our customers through Europe to find out the best machine and the best solution that could help and give opportunity to all space industry and also citizen, European citizen, for access to space and getting of space a much more European place than it is now. That's why leave me with my, let's say, one day of serenity, of joy, and let me pass the word to maybe
the next one to make a statement would be Augusto Cramarosa from ASI.
Good afternoon, everyone, and a lot of nice words have been already said, and I would like to spend really few words. And first of all, congratulating with all the teams that have worked to this huge success. And as Paolo has just said, it is really a moment of huge joy and emotion for all of us in the Italian Space Agency. We think that this is a big success for Europe, big success for Italy, for the Italian Space Agency, but also for Italian industry, for Avio, and I think also for Arianespace that will have the possibility of using this launcher in its business. So I would like to say that access to space has been always for Italy a priority. We started in the 60s with activity done by Professor Broglio, and then in Kenya, in another launch range. But at the end, we arrived here in Kourou, that is the European spaceport, and it is the spaceport that is giving us the possibility of launching Vega. So it is. I would like to confirm that for Italy, for the Italian government, is really a priority to continue in this approach, and we are now working with ESA and with other member states of ESA for the continuation of this success, and by preparing the Ministerial Council that will be held in November. So Italy will continue to work together to ESA in order to identify and financially support new programs that could allow us to continue and to have this success. So Vega-C is the new one, the new baby of the family, even if maybe it's not the smaller. But so really, I am still a lot of emotion with me, and I would like to give the floor to the other, because I think that what I wanted to say is that for us is a success, and we will continue to work together with the other European partners, with the industry, and with all the other participating states to continue in this route. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Augusto. We now pass the microphone to Marie-Anne-Claire from the French Space Agency, CNES.
So thank you. It was really an incredible week for the CEG, because we had at the beginning the verticalization of the Ariane 6 core, central core, which was first very major step, and today the success of Vega-C, and also a major step to the construction of the future. I think that, of course, from technical point of view, there were a lot of work done by team in order to adapt the range to this new launcher, and especially there is a new control center for Vega-C launcher. But what I would like really underline is the spirit of team, and I think that we understand with Mr. Cramarosa and with Stefano and with all together that we have on this project the same spirit of the pioneer that we have on the previous launcher, and it's very specific, I think, to the space activities. When we do all together something which is new, we are very solid, we are very proud of that, and I think that it's the key of success, of course. So Vega-C is a new launcher, and it is not the end of this construction of the future. Of course, there is Ariane 6 in some months, but I would like also to say that in order to take our part in this construction of the new space transportation, we have also some activities concerning the modernization of the launch base, and particularly concerning the digitalization of the launch base and the greening of the spaceport, also the energy greening, which is a very important subject for the future. So it is what I would like to say in introduction.
Thank you very much.
Give the floor now to Stefan.
Now, I'm sorry, I thought the statement was finished?
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Thank you very much. And now we will pass for a statement by Professor Ignacio Ciuffolini, the LARES 2 principal investigator.
Okay, so first of all, I want to thank the Italian Space Agency, European Space Agency, and Avio, of course. And I want to tell what is the meaning of LARES. LARES means Laser Relativity Satellite. It is a project with scientists from many different countries, and today we have people from 3 continents, I would say. From United States, Professor Richard Matzner, I don't know if he's there, and then we have Professor Antonio Palozzi from Sapienza. He is the designer of the satellite LARES 2, and then we have people from ex-Soviet Union. So we have scientists from many countries. And very briefly, what is the objective of the satellite LARES 2? The main objective is an unprecedented test with an unprecedented accuracy of a phenomenon of general relativity that is called frame dragging. Now, what is frame dragging? Frame dragging is a fascinating and intriguing phenomenon that was, this name was coined by Albert Einstein over 1 century ago. And it is fascinating because, let me tell you, there are many books written on this topic, but very briefly, if you have a rotating object, this rotating object will change the structure of space-time. It will generate curvature. And now, so we should reach an accuracy of about 1 part in 1,000 in measuring this effect. And this is really challenging since the time of Leonard Schiff, John Archibald Wheeler. This was a well-known goal, so we are very excited today. And by the way, this frame dragging effect is incredibly small around the Earth, but is very important, for example, in such a phenomenon such as a rotating black hole. And if you have 2 rotating black holes that are colliding and they emit gravitational waves, it is very important to take into account frame dragging by the rotation of these 2 black holes to form a rotating black hole, and they emit gravitational waves. And this emission of gravitational waves and detection was awarded in 2017 the Nobel Prize for Physics. So it's a quite exciting effect in high-energy astrophysics. Also, there are other tests of general relativity that we will perform, and I say that also LARES is important for space geodesy and geodynamics, for example, to improve the position of the center of mass of the Earth. So this is a fundamental measurement. And finally, I want to say that LARES 2 has a ranging precision that is unprecedented with for any other satellite. because it can reach a precision in ranging that is less than 1 millimeter. There is nothing like that that was done before.
Thank you, Professor. And now to for the final statement in this first round, we go to Stefan Israel, the CEO of Arianespace. Thank you.
So hello, everybody. A few words on Arianespace side. Well, first, to congratulate ESA and Avio for today's success. This launch was under ESA authority with Avio providing Vega, so it's their success, and it's really a very brilliant success, and really to thank CNES for its daily support here in CSG, and to mention as well the instrumental role of ASI for all the Vega story since so many years. Well, you know that Arianespace is the operator and the launch service provider of ESA-developed launchers, Vega and now Vega-C, Ariane 5 and tomorrow Ariane 6. For us, it marks a new step. We have been responsible for the operations of Vega during a decade, and I would like to highlight how this decade has been successful for Vega. We have orbited 105 satellites for 50 different customers, and doing so, we have worked for our institutions, for the European Commission, for the Copernicus program, for ESA with ADM Aeolus, for instance. And Vega has also been able to deliver the famous SSMS with 53 satellites aboard one single launch. We have 2 more Vega to come, and after it will be over for Vega. Regarding Vega-C, a few words. Vega-C will offer to our customers more performance, 30% more performance as compared to Vega, more volume, it will double the volume available under the fairing, and more versatility with 7 boosts from the AVUM on 3 orbits, different orbit separations. All that for the same price. We have already sold 7 missions, 4 institutional and 3 commercial, and this launcher is perfectly adapted to both European needs and commercial needs. Regarding European needs, I would quote maybe one specific program. It's Copernicus. It is a flagship program of the European Commission with ESA support for sure. We have in our order book Sentinel-1C, and we hope that we will have soon 4 more Vega in our order book for the Copernicus program. There are some discussions with the European Commission. It will be the decision of the European Commission, but we have today demonstrated that Vega-C was a flight-proven launcher and that it was perfectly adapted to the European needs. Daniel has mentioned the fact that this launcher is using a P120C, which is a booster also of Ariane 6. In terms of market as well, it's fully complementary to Ariane 6, and I think this is very important to highlight it. Maybe two more ideas. We target to do at least 4 Vega-C per year. If we can increase the cadence, and I think there will be a package that's the same proposed by ESA, we will be happy to go beyond, but this is our, I would say, minimum and average target. And second, there will be a more powerful version of Vega-C, because Vega-C will benefit from also a program proposed by ESA, the ministerial, which is called the P120C+. And I think it's very good news for Vega, because it will give more margin for big radar satellites, for SSMS missions, and also for the Space Rider. So that's what I wanted to underline. And again, congratulations to all the players of this very nice success.
Thank you, Stefan. And now we'll pass to open questions from the press. While we wait for the first questions to come in, I would like to ask everyone, we can hear you, but we cannot see you, so I would appreciate if you can state your name, the organization you work for, and then your question and who you address it to. Thank you very much, and let's wait for the first question to come in. Of course, as well, if there is anyone in the room that wants to ask a question, please raise your hand.
Concerning the future plans for the launchers, is there any plan to apply the new philosophy of reusability of stages? In other words, for instance, SpaceX is lowering the price using the possibility to reuse the first stage. So the question is, of course, to make a stage reusable, it make it more expensive because you need a control system to have something that allows the stage to land. But on the other hand, you save money because you don't need to reproduce the stage. And this is the first question. Then I have another one in case there are no others.
Okay, we'll take your first question, and then the second will be for somebody else, I suppose. Regarding your question about reusability, let me start by saying we are here today. We have demonstrated a successful introduction of Vega-C. The next step is to increase the flexibility on Vega-C. And we have a very clear roadmap. And the roadmap includes Vega-E. Vega-E will bring 20% additional performance for 20% less of cost. This is a proposal to the Ministerial Council at CM22. And equally important, to go in the point of reusability, we will have proposals under the umbrella of reusability for first stage reuse based on Prometheus and Themis, two programs running currently within ESA, but which we want to go the next steps. And we will propose to our member states also to start to work on second stage reusability. So it's coming, following a clear path.
Thank you, Daniel. I see now that we have a coming question from Peter de Selding from Space Intel Report. Peter, let's see if we can hear you.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of quick ones, really. First, the launch kit we got said the separation of the CubeSats would be 5841 kilometers, and it looks like it was 5858, so a 17-kilometer difference. Should we care about that or not? Second question, what happens to the 6 CubeSats now? Do they remain forever at this very unusual orbit of the inclination and 5,800 kilometers, or is there going to be some attempt to them down? I'm not sure any of them have any propulsion. Same question for the upper stage of the rocket. Does that stay there forever, or is there some attempt to bring it lower? And then our last one, what was the reason, I didn't catch this, for the 2 launch delays? Thank you.
Peter, you might have to repeat part of it, especially the first part. We can start with the last
one. The launch delay is a very simple check on parameter. So the parameter was too stringent, in particular on a battery, and there was really a 0.1 volt of difference, and so we just regulated the parameter, and it was correct. That's it. It was quite normal for a first flight. But then I didn't catch the other questions.
Okay. Well, first on this one, that was the reason for both launch delays, or just the first one?
We had, it was the same problem on 2 different control lines.
Okay, thanks.
And Peter, the first part.
Okay, the first part was the launch kit said you released the CubeSats at 5,841. In fact, they were released, if I understood the telemetry given on the transmission, at 5,858. Is that something to care about? Does that not matter?
It's a small difference in the payload release altitude, from 5,841 to 5,800.
We received the control that we receive for any launch, after launch, and the orbits were nominal for CubeSat and for LARES. So within the prevision parameter.
Okay, if that answers the question, Peter, I guess we move on. We have now a question all the way from Esrin, Leonardo de Cosmo from ANSA. Leonardo, let's see if we can hear you. Otherwise, please type your question and I'll ask it here. Okay, I'm perceiving that the questions from Esrin were the same ones as for Peter. So I think we move on. I think the gentleman over there had another question today.
Okay, so I forgot to present myself before. I'm Antonio Paolozzi from Sapienza University, and I am from the School of Aerospace Engineering that was mentioned by Cramarossa, because Professor Broglio gave the start of the space activity in Italy at that school. So the question concerns now the development of the launchers. So we have seen that Vega is growing. So from Vega become Vega-C, more powerful, Vega-E, even more powerful. But I've heard also that there is another trend to make smaller vehicles. So I would like to know something more about it. Vega Light, for instance. Vega Light, I've heard.
Let me say, I guess that Europe and generally commercial market need more than one launcher to cover all the give all the opportunity that are deserved for a space economy in Europe. Then, for some specific mission, a small launch vehicle able to perform a specific trajectory with the small payload may be a good economic answer to the market or to the institutional demand. Then, from economical point of view, it is not an obvious, this simple task to identify what is the real figure in terms of target, in terms of cost, in terms of flexibility of it, and check, be sure that there is an economic convenience in launching a small satellite by small satellite instead of grouping them into a larger one like Vega or Ariane and then dispatching it. There have been a lot, and there are in Europe a lot of development at early stage or that stage maybe more measure. I guess that today, more than the size of the launcher itself, what is important is the architecture that we have to discuss on and to try to get the European workforce such to be competitive at least for a European and other market. So, for instance, usability you mentioned it, and there are many other subjects and technology that are maybe even more important than size.
Maybe I can just complement by saying that from the ESA point of view, we will propose, as mentioned before, at CM22, a very clear path on the product adaptations of Vega-C and Ariane 6 on the Vega line. I mentioned Vega-E, and it is clear for the next generation of Ariane and Vega, we go in the direction of reusability, as mentioned before. In parallel of that, I mentioned in my introductory statement that we promote also commercially led space transportation services through a program called Boost. We started it in Sevilla, meaning a couple of years ago. So it's quite a young program, but it shows that there is quite interest on this program. And we have participating states which have companies who are emerging in the field of micro launchers, following a clear scheme that it is commercially led. Commercially led means that as ESA, we do not take a liability of any sort of it, but we can bring an expertise, we can bring a certain support, for example, accessing testing facilities, etc. Then, if this is then supported by the different member states to be pursued at CM22, we will see it. At least it is part of the menu. And if you address the question of Vega Lite, it is certainly a point which Asi will comment in due time. You want to make a comment, Augusto?
Thank you, Daniel. I think that Paolo Bellomi has already given a good and clear question on the possibility of using a small version of Vega. So I think that I should not add anything else.
Okay. Perhaps 2 words concerning the possibility to come here in CG for this future micro launcher, of course for the Light Vega. That's clear that we are here in CG in order to improve or to modify the old launch pad of Diamond, of the launcher Diamond, in order to welcome European micro launcher, and of course it is also for Italian micro launcher. So we will, of course, in position in CAG to welcome all these micro launcher as soon as they are ready, of course.
Thank you very much. We know.
And maybe one final word on that. What will be absolutely key for the decade to come will be the launches delivered by Ariane 6 and Vega-C. We have already a very strong order book for both launchers, and we are sure that micro and mini launchers can be a complement. But believe me, most of the work will be done by Vega-C and Ariane 6. So next step is really Ariane 6 now.
Okay, looks like now we can go to the next question. We have a question coming from Esrin, from Giancarlo La Rocca from Affari Italiani. Let's see if we can hear you.
Yes, thank you. I'm Giancarlo from Affari Internazionali, Istituto Affari Internazionali, Italy. First of all, congratulations on the successful launch. I have 2 questions on the AVUM Plus stage. The first one is how can it improve the sustainability solutions, for instance, for the disposal of the stage itself at the end of the mission? And the second question is regarding the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. How are you coping with the challenges, especially for the Yuzhnoye facility?
If you don't mind, do you mind repeating the question a little bit slower? I don't think we heard it well here.
Yes, okay. So the first one is regarding the AVUM Plus. How can it improve the sustainability solutions, for instance, for the disposal of the stage itself at the end of the mission? And the second one is concerning the conflict in Ukraine. How are you coping with the challenges coming from the conflict, in particular for what concerns the Yuzhnoye facility and the context of the AVUM Plus production?
So with respect to AVUM Plus, we have increased propellant loading, and increased propellant loading means additional flexibility in the mission, but also in the capability to dispose, because to dispose and to change or to make re-entry, you need a propellant. So it's really towards the increased flexibility. Then the other modification, which is also important, is that we had on the AVUM Russian tanks, and now we have European tanks. So that is also an important modification of the AVUM Plus. And on the Ukrainian crisis, I leave the floor.
Yes, thank you, Stefano. So to your second question, after the invasion of the Ukraine by Russia, we had immediately sessions in the restricted ESA Council on the topic. And the objective, of course, is to secure the continuity of the Vega-C launch services. We presented in this context a number of actions, short, medium, and longer term. We progressed a lot. The short-term actions are there. And it is clear that we have also what we need in order to deliver key European institutional missions in the next few years. And on top of that, we are working on alternative scenarios if we should need them. And on the longer term, we will continue to be more autonomous, because at the end of the day, European autonomy goes also with European source technology. And let's be very clear, if we are here today, it is also because we took a very good decision some time ago, because today the Avon Plus we flew today is based on tanks coming from Germany, and previously they were coming from Russia, and we will not be in the same situation right now.
Thank you, Daniel. We have now a question from Antoine Meunier to Stefan Israel. Let's see if we can hear it. Otherwise, I will read it from the screen.
Yes, hello everybody. Congrats for this success. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello everybody. Congrats for this success. Could you please just reprecise the launch rate of Vega-C targeted by 2023, please?
Yes, sure. So we target a launch rate of 4 Vega-C per year, starting next year. This year we will have one more Vega-C for Airbus Pléiades Neo. It will be in November, provided that all the analysis of the flight data are correct, but we are very confident it will be the case. And then it's 4 launches per year we target on average, in a context where the market is very dynamic and where there could be even more demand beyond these 4 launches. And here maybe I could leave the floor to Daniel, because I know that ESA is reflecting on consolidating the cadence accessible to Vega. I do not know, Daniel, if you want to say a word on that.
Yes, we have to see in this context that we have a lot of European institutional customer queuing up. It started with the breakaway of Soyuz. We have 5 missions for which we have to find solutions. One of it is an ESA mission, and we may also look. I mean, we are looking in all opportunities, and we may launch one of them also with Vega-C. That's the first point. Second, we have beyond the flagship program mentioned by Stefan, Copernicus, a number of institutional perspectives. And this is, of course, a big incentive to invest in additional launch rate capability. This is, of course, to be covered at the launcher level side, but on the other side also on the ground side from Europe Spaceport. And I would like to underline that we have also a nice perspective coming from the Italian decision to invest part of its resilience funds in space activities, which is leading to additional payloads, which is giving an additional dimension to the needs of launch services, and this will definitely consolidate the launch rate of Vega-C in the next few years. And in this sense, we aim at 4, as been said by Stefan, in the short term, but we may go higher.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. We have one more question from Peter de Selding. Peter, the floor is yours.
Yes, this is a question for Stefan Israel. Stefan, I'm not sure I understood what you said about the current order book for Vega-C. Order book. I believe you said there are 7 Vega-C missions already booked, and that 4 of them are for institutions, 3 for commercial customers, plus another 4 probably from ESA for Copernicus. Is that right?
So in our order book, we have the equivalent of 7 Vega-C, 4 institutional and 3 commercial. And we have also 10 auxiliary payload, which will be launched aboard certain of these launches, because you know that we have the SSMS system. And among the 4 institutional missions, you have Sentinel-1C for the European Commission. You have Cosmos Skymed 2. you have Flex Altius, and I must say I have forgotten the fourth one, sorry about that. And after you have the 3 commercial missions. Among these commercial missions, you have 1 satellite for Formosat, for Taiwan, for CARI, CubeSat 7, 1 satellite for Thailand through an Airbus contract. You have also the Pléiades Neo, which are coming for Airbus. And there is 1 mission which we could consider mixed, which is NAOS and CO3D. What is important maybe to precise is the fact that with Vega-C, we will enter a period where we will have single launch dedicated to big radar satellite, such as Sentinel-1C, multiple launch, and we will decide, depending on the availability of the satellite, what will be the final mission. And you know that in Arianespace, this is something we do very well since 40 years to accommodate multiple missions. And more, we will go to dual launches for Vega-C. And we will have also auxiliary payloads to complement the main passengers with CubeSat and NanoSat as we did today. So I insist on the fact that the missions we are going to deliver for Vega-C will be much more complex than the majority of the ones we have delivered for Vega, which were made of 1 satellite. And this is due to the evolution of the market. You have smaller Earth observation satellites, so they need co-passenger, but also the increased capability of Vega-C, which is more powerful than Vega, giving more room for maneuver to accommodate more complex missions.
Well, thank you very much, everyone here today. I believe we have no further questions, so I believe not. So if anyone has any closing statements they might want, please say it. Otherwise, we will close the transmission. We're good. Okay. So thank you very much, everyone, for joining us today on the successful launch of Vega-C. And, well, for Europe, have a good evening.